real tough guy who isn't afraid of going down into the earth or up into the sky, or of being cut, burnt, or even being boiled in oil. So if he comes along deep in gloom, and with the tears streaming down his face, there must be monsters and wolves on this craggy mountain that softies like us could never get past.
Stop that nonsense, said Sanzong. I'll ask him what he has to say. Tell me straight, he said to Monkey. What is bothering you? Why are you crying? Are you trying to frighten us? The person who gave us the message just now, replied Monkey, was the duty god of the day. He said that the evil spirits here are so ferocious that it will be hard to get through. Besides, we'll never be able to make our way across these steep mountains. Let's go another day. Trembling with fear at this news, Sanzang tugged at Monkey's tiger skin kilt and said, Why these thoughts of turning back when we've already done half the journey? It's not that I'm wavering, said Monkey, but we'd be no match for so many monsters. A lump of iron in the furnace can only make a few nails. You are right, said Sanzong. It would be very difficult by yourself. As the military classic says, few are no match for many. But I also have Pig and Friar Sand for you to deploy as your subordinates. Make a joint effort to clear the path and take me over the mountain. Then you will receive your just reward. As Brother Monkey's little show had only wrung these words out of his master, he wiped away his tears and said, Pig will have to do 2 things I tell him to, if you're to have even one chance in 3 of crossing the mountain as you want to, master. If he won't do these 2 things for me, you'll have no hope at all.
Brother, Pig said, if we can't cross the mountain, let's disband. Leave me out of this.
Disciple, said Sanzong, ask your brother what he wants you to do.
What do you want me to do, brother?
The idiot asked. Look after the master and patrol the mountains, Monkey replied.
But looking after the master means staying put, said Pig, and patrolling means moving. You can't ask me to stay put for a bit, then move for a bit. I can't do both at once.
I'm not asking you to do them both, said Monkey. I just want you to do one of them.
That's much easier, said Pig with a smile. Though I don't know what you mean by looking after the master or by patrolling the mountains. Tell me what you want, then I can do the one that suits me.
Looking after the master, said Monkey, means that if he wants to go for a stroll, you must support him. And if he wants to eat you, must bake some food for him. If he's hungry, you'll be beaten. If he looks at all sallow, you'll be beaten. If he's any thinner, you'll be beaten.
That's very difficult, said Pig with alarm. There's nothing to looking after him or holding him up. Even carrying him would be easy enough. But if he sends me to beg for food in a village, the people on this path to the west won't realize that I'm a monk going to fetch the scriptures. They'll think that I'm a growing wild boar come down from the mountains. A crowd of men with forks, rakes, and brooms will surround me, capture me, slaughter me, and salt me down for the New Year celebrations. That would be the end of me, wouldn't it?
Then you can patrol the mountains, said Brother Monkey.
What would that involve? Asked Pig.
You would have to go into these mountains, said Monkey, to find out how many monsters there are, and all about the mountains, and what the monsters' caves are like, so that we could go across it.
Nothing to it, replied Pig. I'll patrol the mountains.
The idiot hitched up his tunic, grasped his rake, and proudly struck deep into the mountains. His spirits were high as he hurried along the path. Monkey could not hold back an unkind laugh. Wretched ape, said Sanzong, you haven't a shred of affection for your brothers, only jealousy. You trick him into patrolling the mountain with your cunning words, and then you laugh at him. I'm not laughing at him, said Monkey. My laugh means something. Just you see, he won't patrol the mountains or dare to visit any monsters. He'll hide up somewhere for a while, then make up some story to fool us with. How do you know so much about him? Asked Sanzong. It's what I reckon he'll do, replied Monkey. And if you don't believe me, I'll go and take a look at him. I can help him subdue any demons and find out at the same time how sincere is his wish to see the Buddha. Very good, said Sanzong. Very good. But don't you go making a fool of him. Monkey assented, and as he hurried up the mountainside, he turned himself into the tiniest of insects with a shake of his body. He now looked very neat and small. On his delicate wings, he could lightly dance in the breeze. His slim waist was as fine as a needle. As he darted through the reeds or passed under flowers, he was faster than a shooting star. Bright were his eyes, delicate his voice. Of all insects, he was the smallest. Slim and elegant, but deeply clever. If he were resting in the woods on a day off, you would never see him, and 1,000 eyes could never find him. He flew off, soon caught up with Pig, and perched on a bristle behind his ear. But Pig walked on, unaware that he was carrying a passenger. After 2 or 3 miles, Pig dropped his rake, turned back to look at the Tang priest, and began to curse at him, gesticulating widely.
Soft-headed old monk, he said, vicious monkey, and weak-minded Friar Sand. They're all enjoying themselves back there while they fool me into walking off here. We're all going to fetch the scriptures, and we all want our reward, so why should I be the one to reconnoiter these mountains? If they know where there are monsters around, we should hide up for a while. But that's not even half good enough for them. They have to send me off by myself to find them. What lousy luck. I'll go and have a sleep somewhere. When I go back, I can give some kind of vague answer and say I've reconnoitered the mountains. That'll pay them back.
Oh! Oh! Round and round and round we go, round and around. Oh!
Skeletor's got him distracted for a little bit.
Oh, he's sucking him, bro.
Wait, what's going on?
Skeletor just sucked the out of the dragon.
Ehi Soler, dimmi tutto. Ho bisogno di te, posso evocarti?
Oh, non adesso, Lautrec, sto cercando il sole.
Va bene, allora trovalo e metti il simbolo di evocazione.
Oh, mi piacerebbe, ma non riesco a trovarlo.
Che significa non riesci a trovarlo?
Non riesco a trovarlo, è tutto buio.
Che significa è tutto buio?
Significa che è tutto buio.
Allora vai verso la luce!
Ok, non c'è bisogno di urlare. È ancora buio.
Che significa è ancora
È
buio?
ancora tutto
E
buio.
allora vai nella prossima area!
È ancora buio.
Dove ti trovi adesso?
Sono circondato dal buio.
Che tipo di buio?
È il buio dell'abisso.
Perché stai cercando il sole nell'abisso?
Vaffanculo!
Feeling pleased with himself for the moment, Pig grasped his rake and set off. When he saw a reddish grassy slope in a mountain hollow, he went straight to it, made himself a bed, with the help of his rake, and lay down to sleep, saying as he stretched himself out,
This is the life. Not even Monkey can be as comfortable as I am.
Monkey, of course, had heard every word from behind his ear, and he could not resist the temptation to fly around and tease him. He shook himself and turned into a woodpecker. His sharp iron beak was colored red. His green-blue feathers were glistening bright. His steel claws were as sharp as nails, and when hungry, he broke the forest silence. Dry and rotten timber was what he loved. He hated lone and sturdy old trees. His round eyes and flicking tail made him a lively creature, and pleasant was the sound of his tapping. This bird was neither too big nor too small, and would have weighed only 2 or 3 ounces. Its beak was copper red, its legs were iron black, and it came flying down with a swish of its wings. When it pecked at the lip of Pig, who was sleeping with his head down, the idiot scrambled to his feet and shouted,
A monster! A monster! It jabbed me with its spear. My mouth's hurting terribly.
As he felt it with his hand, he made the blood flow.
Damn it, he said. Nothing especially good has happened to me, so what's this lucky red doing on my lips?
At the sight of his bloody hand, he started to look wildly about himself, muttering on the while. And when he saw nothing, he said,
There's no monster here, so how did I get jabbed?
Then he looked up and saw a woodpecker flying above him.
You wretch, he said, gnashing his teeth. It's bad enough being put upon by Monkey, but now you're getting at me. I suppose you didn't realize I was human and thought my snout was a black, rotten old tree full of insects. You pecked me to find yourself some. I'll have to tuck my snout into my clothes.
With that, the idiot went back to sleep. Monkey flew down again and pecked him behind the ear, at which the idiot leapt up again and said,
This damned bird is really going for me. It must have a nest full of eggs or chicks here and be attacking me to stop me taking it. Very well then, I won't sleep here.
He picked up his rake and left the red grassy slope to continue on his way. Monkey, beside himself with delight, thought, Even with his eyes wide open, the blockhead can't recognize one of his own people. With a shake, the splendid great sage turned himself back into a tiny insect and perched himself behind Pig's ear. Another mile or so deeper into the mountains, there were 3 square granite boulders the size of tables in a hollow. Pig put down his rake and chanted a "Re-ear" to them.
The idiot,
grinned Monkey to himself. Those boulders aren't human. They can't talk or return his greeting. He's wasting his time being polite to them. In fact, the idiot was pretending that they were Sanzong, Friar Sand, and Monkey, and practicing his speech to them.
When I go back, he said, if the master asks me about monsters, I'll say that there are some here. When he asks what sort of mountain this is, he'll think I'm talking nonsense if I say it's made of earth, or mud, or tin, or copper, or flour, or paper, or simply painted. I'll say it's a mountain made of rock, and if he asks about the caves, I'll say there's a stone cave. What about the gates? I'll say they're iron-plated and studded. When he asks how deep the cave is, I'll say it has 3 sections, one behind another. If he really interrogates me and wants to know how many studs there are in the gates, I'll say I was too excited to notice. Now I've got my story off pat, I'll be able to make a fool of Monkey. His story now concocted, he headed back along the path, dragging his rake behind him, little knowing that Monkey had heard everything behind his ear and flown off ahead when he started back. Monkey resumed his real form to see his master, who said, "Ah, here you are. Why hasn't Pig come back?" "He's still cooking up his story," said Monkey. "He'll be here soon." "How could that stupid fool, whose ears cover his eyes, ever make up a story?" said Sanzong. "You must be the one who's lying." "You're covering up for him, master," replied Monkey. "I heard it all from his own mouth." He told Sanzong how Pig had been sleeping in the grass when he was woken up with a woodpecker's peck, how he had expressed his homage to the boulders, and how he had concocted a story about the mountains being made of rock with a stone cave that had iron-plated gates and monsters living in it. It was not long before the idiot approached. He was going through his story again, his head bowed low, to make sure that he did not forget it, when Monkey shouted, "Hey, idiot! What are you reciting?" Pig pricked up his ears, looked around, and said, "I'm back." He fell to his knees and was picked up by Sanzong, who said, "You look exhausted, disciple." "I am," replied Pig. "With all that walking and climbing, I'm completely whacked." "Are there monsters?" Sanzong asked. "Yes," said Pig, "there certainly are. There's a whole pile of them." "What sort of send-off did they give you?" "They called me Ancestor Pig and Grandfather Pig, gave me noodle soup and vegetarian dishes, talked to me, and sent me back over the mountain with drums and banners," Pig replied. "That must have been some dream you had while you were asleep in the grass," said Monkey, so frightening the idiot that he shrank 2 inches. "Lord Monkey," he said, "however did you know I had a sleep?" Monkey went up to him, grabbed hold of him, and said, "Come here, I've something to ask you." "Ask me if you must," said the idiot, now shaking with fright. "But why do you have to grab me like that?" "What sort of mountain was it?" asked Monkey. "A mountain of rock," replied Pig. "What sort of cave?" "Stone." "What sort of gates?" "Iron-plated." "How deep?" "There were 3 sections." "No need to say more," said Monkey. "I remember the rest. I'll say it all for you to make sure that the master believes it." "Cheek," said Pig. "You've not been there, so you can't possibly know what to say for me." "If he wants to know how many studs there are in the gates, I'll say I was too excited to notice. Isn't that right?" said Monkey. The panic-stricken idiot fell to his knees again as Monkey continued. "You chanted homage to those boulders and talked to them as if they were us 3, didn't you? Then you said, 'Now I've got this story off pat, I'll be able to make a fool of Monkey.' Didn't you?" "Brother,"
pleaded the idiot, now kowtowing desperately.
You couldn't have heard all that while I was patrolling the mountains.
"Oh, get you, you chaff-guzzling moron," said Monkey. "Sleeping when you'd been told to patrol the mountains. If the woodpecker hadn't pecked you awake, you'd still be asleep now. When you'd been woken up, you concocted this pack of lies that might have ruined our whole journey. Stretch your ankle out, and I'll give you 5 strokes of my cudgel to teach you a lesson."
A mere touch from that murderous cudgel, said Pig, would break my skin, and the feel of it would crack my sinews. 5 blows would kill me.
"If you didn't want to be beaten," said Monkey, "why did you lie?"
I only did it once, said Pig, and I'll never do it again.
"As it was only once, I'll give you 3.
My lord, said Pig, half a blow would be the death of me.
The idiot's only recourse was to cling to Sun Zong and beg him to put in a good word for him. "When Monkey told me you were concocting lies," said Sun Zong, "I did not believe him, yet now you clearly deserve a beating. But as there are so few of you to serve me as we cross these mountains, you'd better let him off, Monkey, until we're on the other side." "As the old saw goes," said Monkey, "to obey parental instructions is great filial piety. As the master tells me not to beat you, I'll let you off. Go and reconnoiter again. I'll show you no mercy if you lie or mess things up this time." The idiot rose to his feet and went off again. As he hurried along the path, he suspected at every step that Monkey was following in some form or other, so he thought everything he saw might be Monkey. When, after 2 or 3 miles, a tiger came bounding up from the mountainside, he raised his rake and said,
Come to see whether I'm lying, brother? This time I'm not.
Further along, a strong mountain wind blew a dead tree down and sent it tumbling towards him, at which he stamped, beat his chest, and said,
What a way to treat me, brother. I said I wouldn't lie, but you go and turn yourself into a tree to attack me.
A little later, he saw a white-necked crow cawing in front of him.
You're shameless, brother, he said. Shameless. I meant it when I said I wouldn't lie. So why have you turned into a crow? Come to listen to me?
In fact, Monkey was not following him this time, and Pig's crazed suspicions that Monkey was there wherever he went were the product of his own imagination. We will leave the idiot with his frights for the time being. In this flat-top mountain, there was a lotus flower cave where there dwelt 2 fiends, the senior king, Goldhorn, and the junior king, Silverhorn. Goldhorn sat in his chair of office and said to Silverhorn,
It's a long time since we patrolled the mountain.
A fortnight, replied Silverhorn. You should make a patrol today, said Goldhorn. Why today? Asked Silverhorn. You can't have heard the news, said Goldhorn, that the Tang priest, the younger brother of the Tang emperor in the east, had been sent to worship the Buddha in the west. He has 3 followers called Sun the Novice, Pig, and Friar Sand. So with their horse there are 5 of them in all. Find them and bring them to me. If we want to eat some humans, said Silverhorn, we can catch a few anywhere. Why not let this monk go wherever he's going? You don't realize, replied Goldhorn, that when I left heaven a few years back, I heard that the Tang priest was a mortal incarnation of the venerable golden cicada, and a holy man who had pursued goodness for 10 lives and not lost a drop of his original essence. Anyone who eats his flesh will live forever. If you can live forever by eating his flesh, said Silverhorn, we won't have to bother with meditation, winning merit, refinishing elixirs, or matching the male and female. All we need to do is eat him. I'm off to fetch him. You're too impatient, brother, said Goldhorn. Don't be in such a hurry. It would be wrong to rush out and catch some monk who isn't the Tang priest. I remember what he looks like, and I once drew pictures of him and his disciples. Take them with you and check any monks you meet against them. He went on to tell him all their names, and when Silverhorn had their pictures and knew their names, he went out of the cave, mustered 30 underlings, and left to patrol the mountain. Pig's luck was out. He walked straight into the gang of monsters who blocked his way and said, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The idiot looked up, lifted his ears from over his eyes, and saw to his horror that they were evil ogres.
If I say I'm a pilgrim, he thought, they'll catch me. I'll say I'm just a traveler.
The junior demon reported to the king that he was a traveler. Among the 30 junior demons, there were some who had recognized him and some who had not. The one of these who had recognized him remembered Silverhorn being given his instructions. He said, "This monk looks like Pig in your picture, Your Majesty." Silverhorn had the picture hung up, which made Pig think with horror,
No wonder I'm in such low spirits these days. They've got my spirit here.
As the junior devils held it up with their spears, Silverhorn pointed at it and said, "The one on the white horse is the Tang priest, and the hairy-faced one is Sun the novice."
City god, thought Pig, you can leave me out. I'll offer you the triple sacrifice and 24 cups of pure wine.
He muttered prayers as the devil continued. "The tall one is Friar Sand, and that's Pig with the long snout and big ears." At the mention of himself, Pig tucked his snout into his clothes. "Bring your snout out, monk," said the monster.
I was born like this, said Pig, so I can't bring it out.
The monster ordered the junior devils to pull it out with hooks, at which Pig hastily thrust it out and said,
I just feel shy about it. Here it is. Look at it if you must, but don't hook it.
Recognizing Pig, the monster raised his sword and hacked at him. Pig parried him with his rake and said,
Behave yourself, my lad, and take this.
You took your vows quite late, said the monster with a smile.
Clever boy, replied Pig, but how did you know?
From the way you handled that rake, the monster said. You used it to level up the ground in a vegetable garden. You must have stolen it.
You don't know this rake, my boy, said Pig. It's not the sort used in ground leveling. Its teeth are like a dragon's claws, flecked with gold and tigerish shapes. Against a foe it blows a freezing wind, and in battle it shoots out flame. It brushes away obstacles in the Tang priest's path, capturing devils on the way to western heaven. When whirled, its vapors obscured the sun and moon, and its black clouds darkened the stars. When it flattens Mount Tai, the tigers tremble. Dragons are frightened when it overturns the ocean. Even if you have some tricks, you monster, one blow from this rake will leave 9 bloody holes.
This made the monster more determined than ever, and with his 7-starred sword he battled through 20 inconclusive rounds with Pig on the mountain. Pig fought back with deadly fury, and at the sight of him pricking up his ears, spewing out saliva, and waving his rake with grunts and shouts, the frightened demon turned round to bring all his underlings into the battle beside him. Had he been fighting only one enemy, Pig would have done fine. But when all the little devils rushed him, he lost control, could no longer put up any resistance, and fled in defeat. As he was not paying attention to the uneven path, he tripped over a creeper and fell over. He was just picking himself up and starting off again when a junior demon who was lying there tugged at his ankle and brought him tumbling down like a dog eating muck. A crowd of demons seized him and carried him back to the cave, holding him by the bristles, ears, legs, and tail. Indeed, a single demon is hard enough to destroy. Countless disasters can barely be averted. If you don't know whether Pig lived or not, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 33. Heterodoxy confuses the true nature. The primal deity helps the original heart. Taking Pig into the cave, the monster said, "Here's one, brother." "Let me have a look at him," said the older demon with delight. "Isn't this the one?" asked the younger demon. "No," the other replied. "You've caught the wrong one. He's useless." "Your Majesty," said Pig, taking his chance. "I'm just a useless monk, so let me go. I'm scarcely human."
"No, don't let him go, brother," said the younger monster. "He may be no use himself, but he's with the Tang priest. Pig's his name. We can soak him in the drinking water pool at the back till his bristles come out, salt him, and dry him to eat with our wine some rain day."
"Damn it," said Pig. "I would have to run into a devil who's a salt pork peddler."
The junior demons carried Pig inside and threw him into the pool. Sun Zong, meanwhile, was sitting on the slope feeling uneasy. His ears were hot and his eyes twitched. "Wukong," he said, "Pig's been a long time patrolling the mountain. Why isn't he back?" "Don't you understand his mentality yet, master?" said Monkey. "What mentality?" Sun Zong asked. "If there were monsters in the mountains, he'd be completely helpless," said Monkey. "He'd make a tremendous fuss and come rushing back to tell me. don't think that there can be any monsters. I expect he found the path easy and went straight ahead. If he has gone ahead, said Sanzong, where shall we meet him? This is a vast wilderness. It won't be like finding him in a city or a marketplace. Mount your horse and stop worrying, said Monkey. That lazy idiot won't be walking fast, so you only have to
America
make
is
your horse.
$36 trillion.
choice.
passion, a good time. Yet there's something deep inside that leaves me teary-eyed, a longing for a world left on the other side. Zero cross the great divide. So can we wander for a spell and live in parallel? I want it to be true to be like you, my heart sings a chorus out of tune. And I could leave it on the shelf or keep it to myself, but nothing could conceal the things I feel, my love. Can you teach me to be I've been constant at your beck and call, but lately I just can't do anything at all. I used to pride myself on my discretion, a sensible devotion, loyal and attentive. But when I take these numbers as they are, I'm greeted with a senseless feeling in my heart. Oh, I'm defined, I seem to be defeated. But if I redesign, then maybe I'm completed. And sublime, I won't take it back this time. Words in sequence form a thread, I trace it to the end. A knot inside the logic, wrote inside my head. Tie my tongue or love instead. So can we wander for a spell and live in parallel? I want it to be true to be like you, my heart sings a chorus out of tune. And I could leave it on the shelf or keep it to myself, but nothing could conceal the things I feel, my love. Can you teach me to be And though I try, I can't reply. It hurts my eyes and I'm without an alibi. 'Cause all this time I've been alive, and know that I'm the one who's still believing by your side. Can we wander for a spell and love me for a little? 'Cause I know it's true, I feel like you, my heart beats the rhythm just for you. And I could leave it on the shelf or keep it to myself, but nothing could conceal the things I feel, my love. I give you my grand reveal. Do you feel the things I feel? I am definite and real. その過去は捨ててここまでおいで As long as there are stars up above, I will always be in love.
Top of the morning to you, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome finally to Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Man, I'm so excited. I've had this game code for like 2 days, and it's just been sitting on my PlayStation, and I haven't had time to record it, but now I'm finally here. First of all, thank you to Sony for sending over the code early. I have the game so much earlier than when it actually comes out, so I'm going to be able to get through this entire series before any of you even see it. So this is going to be really weird to do, but God, I'm so excited. Back with Norman Reedus and his amazing fetus. Not much of a fetus anymore. It's actually just a child now, a baby. But we'll see what happens. This game supports autosaving. Okay, let's play on normal. Start to select the difficulty. Yes. My birthday is this month? Yes. No, the 7th of the 7th. 7th of the 2nd. Whilst dooms can afflict almost anyone, those born under constellations with a greater... Oh yeah, this is in the first game as well. It's believed that such individuals are fated to walk a life fraught with disquiet and turmoil. So, I don't think this ever came up when I played the first game. And I don't think I've ever actually...
To Slop Live. You may have seen the recent drama with MrBeast Company launching AI thumbnails that let you generate thumbnails based on other people's channels and also face swap with them. He also used Jacksepticeye's logo in the video, and Jack was not happy about that. His tweet complaining getting over 500,000 likes. Quibblecop also responded to Jack's tweet saying boomer, and Mutaha said AI thumbnails promoted from the biggest creator on the platform. What a joke. Well, it looks like MrBeast actually responded. Point Crow, who made one of the viral tweets about this, said he had a chat with MrBeast about his AI thumbnail creation tool, saying he's voiced his thoughts to him and thinks it's a good idea to make content creation more accessible, but this definitely isn't the solution. MrBeast replied to this saying I appreciate all the feedback and that he loves the YouTube community, saying he's already going to make changes and he wants to build it in a way so it's inspiration for artists or a tool they can use rather than replacing them, saying his goal was to level the playing field between people like him, who have 300 employees, and new creators that can't afford a small army. Though most people in the replies seem to agree that he shouldn't drop it at all. Mutaha also replied to this saying if you want to do something cool, he should try having a system where creators can easily reach out to the artist or the editor of a video, with MrBeast replying saying, not a bad idea, if enough artists would be down to sign up, I could build a funnel for them to find work. MrBeast has also deleted his original tweets about it. I was going to use AI to generate the thumbnail for this video as a joke, but it was a little too pricey. Thanks.
Whoa! Hi. Oh, she follows my mouse. Oh, it's so creepy. Hey, we're back. Okay, let's go. Top of the morning to you, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to the Boba Tea Shop. You can't freak me out anymore. I know your games, girl. We have to set the mood. Game contains loud noises, jump scares, and unsettling content. Great. After saving up for 5 years, I finally have enough money to open my Boba Tea Shop. This is it. The moment where all those long corporate days finally pay off in the form of boba and dreams. That's your dream? But even with all this excitement, my nerves are on edge. I've put everything into this place. I can't let it fail. I can. Day 1. Okay. Is this 5 nights at Boba? Okay, nice. Whoa! Where are we? Flip store signage to open. You sure about that? Look at the sky. Who's buying boba in the dead of night? Okay, not yet. Let me have a look around. I need to check out my toilets. You know? Because if the toilets aren't clean, then people are going to say the kitchen isn't clean. Well, this place looks like it's going to give you an infection just by looking at it. Okay, good enough for a boba shop. What do we got in here? Phone? Hello? 911? Okay, gotta clean up. Drink recipes. This is exactly that. And I had a terrible time with that one. This is just a chill start. Flashback to that one where I couldn't figure out what I was doing. cup sealer. Those are just fidget spinners. Okay, cashier on duty, Risa. That's me. Nice. Okay, go to your counter and close the counter door. You got it. I'll wait here for nobody to show up. Come on in. Irashaimase! Oh my god. The coolest person ever just came in. Hello. It's about time a boba tea shop opened around here at 3 a.m. I'll have a boba milk tea. Okay, that's gonna take me about 20 minutes to figure out how to do, okay? This is my dream, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Full cup of black tea, milk, it's my first day. It's been my dream and I'm just nervous, okay? Don't hold it against me. But also, please don't leave. Also, for black tea, it's pretty red. I just drop my milk anywhere I want. A cup of boba. You can only deliver drinks to customers after sealing the cup. Oh, right. Gotta fidget spin this. I'm sealing the cup and my ADHD is being satiated. Okay, here you go. Thank you. Oh, fat stacks. Thank you. Never met anyone that walks in 12 FPS. $8? Is that how much I got? Whoa! Hell yeah! What up, Jimbo? I don't think that this is construction legal. You're on the construction site with just the high-vis on? Okay, this is a hard hat area in here. What's all this fuss about these drinks? It's milk tea with tapioca, also known as boba, which is delicious. I love the tapioca. Squishy little frog spawn. It's so good, but people hate it. These drinks are trending amongst youngsters. You should try one. No, it's not a fad, okay? I'm not here to just fetishize a whole country's, thing. I care about this business. All right, Dan, I'll take one boba milk tea for my son and one black tea for myself. Not sure I trust those chewy things, but they're so good. Do you have mental health issues? Because it's great for that. That's what I like, having a drink that gives me something to do. Keeps me busy. All right, what am I making? Boba milk tea. I know how to make that now. Look at this. Boom. Boom. Oh, and those squishy things, as you call them, otherwise known as God's little treats. Boom. And you just want a black tea? Okay, kind of defeats the purpose of opening a boba tea place. Is it just black tea? Oh, gotta seal it. Gotta seal it. Gotta seal your red black tea. Here we go, sir. Huh. This better be good. Or what? Huh? Or what? Yeah, thought not. Okay, nice. $19 so far. Where are your parents? I'm not allowed to serve children. Yay! A boba tea shop. Big sis, can I get one fresh milk with boba, please? No! Come here. Where are your parents? It's the dead of night. You're here on your own. Do you even have money? I need to know. Okay. What do you want? Boba fresh milk? Is that just milk with tapioca? Let me see. I don't have many orders. I'm just gonna give, this is what children want, is just milk. She needs some milk. Here you go, child. You sure you want this? You sure you're not a demon in disguise? Thank you! Big sis, you should add strawberry boba to the menu! It will be a bestseller for sure! Okay, bye, child. Expanding the menu could be a good idea. Should I take advice from 8-year-olds? How does an 8-year-old know how to run this business better than I, a person who has had it as my dream my whole life? I will do some research after closing. Did you just come from the latest K-pop? You look, or K-pop, K-drama. Did you come from my K-pop? What can I do for you? Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting to see such a beautiful lady behind the counter. Stop. It's just because I have long hair, dude. Any drink will do as long as you add in some boba, sweet as you. Dude, come on. Can I just have money? If you want anything, just give me money. I'll smile at you. You can have a picture of my feet. No. May request customer specialized orders. They may leave tips depending on how satisfied they are with their drink. Okay, so I'm just going to give you one of the same ones that I've been giving everybody, because apparently I only have 3 things that I can put in drinks. You're going to love it though. The streets are talking about it. Everyone's going to want one soon. You fidget spin and you drink to win. Gee. Thanks. Also, you look really cute. Can I have your number? Give fake number. Yes. If you say no, he might get aggressive. Fake number it is. Sweet. Now I've got a new favorite boba tea shop and barista. Here's a little extra. $5? You can't buy my affection, bitch. It is much appreciated though. That is all for the day. I should clean the shop and prep for tomorrow. Okay, I gotta close up. I gotta close up. Oh my god, you ah! What? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I saw you were about to close and I had to rush in. It's fine. Come over to the counter and I'll take your order. No, get out! Please, I just need something sweet to keep me going. I work in this building and I have a report due by tomorrow. If I don't finish it, my boss will kill me. Well, Samantha, I don't know what to tell you, but it's not like a fucking drink is gonna save your life. Fine, place your order and make it quick. You ain't got no shoes on! Why you get them puppies out? Why you get the dogs barking? Okay. Boba. Okay. Here you go. Milk. And let's double up in the bulbs, shall we? I'm gonna seal this off, but if you try any fucking funny business, I'm gonna die in the store, aren't I? This is not what I ordered. Double boba milk tea? What, isn't it? Oh, milk tea. Oh. Oh. Ah, dicks. Oh, God, fine. Oh, my business is ruined. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. I missed the whole tea part of the milk tea. I just thought you wanted milk. Look, he came in here with the fucking dogs barking out. What was I supposed to think? Okay, here you go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, bye. What was this fucking sign? Keep the chairs? What do you mean by keep the chairs? Did I not own them already when I bought the business? Okay. Take them out from staff room and clean dirt spots on the floor. Yeah, because she came in with her feet. Dirtied up the whole place. God almighty, people are filthy. I wanted to enter the service industry. Voluntarily. Yeah, I thought, you know what would be a great job? Dealing with people. Shows what I know. All right. A good first day. Or night, I guess. I've introduced the coffee series to the menu. Top of the morning to you. This should keep those workaholics awake. Also, thanks to that little girl's suggestion, I've added strawberries into the mix. I'm gonna make fat stacks off a little girl's idea. That's capitalism, baby. Time to wow the customers with some new drinks. The recipe for the new drink is jotted down on the whiteboard in the staff room. Okay, great. I'm glad I told myself that. What is it? A latte, Americano, and fresh milk. That's easy. Add strawberry for a sweet aroma. Add boba for better enjoyment. You got it, folks. All right, time to start the day. Time to psych myself up. Time to pray to my God poster. Boba, boba, boba,
Boba. At the break of night, I spawn. All right, get behind the counter, quick. Welcome! Welcome to my boba shop! What would you like? Oh, you're back. Did you like it? Did your son like it? Do you want the balls now? I see you've added some coffee drinks to the menu. Give me one boba milk tea and one Americano. Okay, which one's... Okay, that's coffee. Boba. Okay. Hop, hop. Dude, I'm so good at this. I'm so fast. Boom. Thanks. Just a heads up for you. I'll be running maintenance in the electrical circuit of this building. Oh, the lights are gonna go out and I'm gonna get attacked by a freak. So expect some power outage from time to time. Okay. $11. I'm up to 57. Whoa, I can almost buy a video game. What up? Holy melons! Sorry, I don't mean... You just... This was the first thing I saw when you walked in. What would you like? Give me 2 boba strawberry milk tea. Hurry up. I need my energy replenishment after a whole day of working out. Okay? Boba strawberry milk tea. Boba. Boba. Okay. Strawberry, milk, and tea. Done. Boba. Okay. Milk. Strawberry. Tea. Blossom. Bubbles. Buttercup. Boba! Boba, more like booba. Here you go, give me money. Here's not what I ordered. Can't even keep a simple order right. What? Boba? Strawberry. Milk. Tea. I did boba. I did strawberry. I did milk, and I did tea. What did I get wrong? Oh. Whoops. Whoops. I didn't put no boba in that one. That was bobaless. Oh, God. I'm a fucking disgrace to the industry. I'm so sorry. Thank God I'm not on a time crunch, right? Fidget spin to win. Here you go. Take your drinks. Bye. What took you so long? I almost died of exhaustion here. Sorry. She was working out indeed. Don't fucking do that. What's up, child? Do you have negligent parents? Where are they? Why don't they care? Yay! You add a strawberry into your menu! Please make me any drinks with strawberries in it! Okay, I'm just giving you milk and strawberries. Is that you? Are you? Whoa, are you turning off the lights? Demon child? I'm just gonna make strawberry milk for you. I hate this. I hate this. Did you not pay your electricity bill, big sis? Here's a little extra for your electric. Thank you. How is a child doing better financially than I am? This sucks! He said that the power would go out, not fucking on and off all day. Hi. What is wrong with your store? What was that? Did you see that? Hi. What is wrong? Wrong with your store? What was that? Did you see that? Did somebody jump off the fucking building? What was that? There is no electricity. Anyway, give me a cup of strawberry milk tea. You got it. Okay, I'm gonna do an order. Strawberry? You're not allowed to do that.
Fun fact, Nigerian DJs have been warned they need to get permission from and pay royalties to any of the artists whose songs they plan on playing in public. In 2022, the Nigerian Copyright Commission instituted a new law that said the copyright holder of any musical work or sound recording has the exclusive right to produce or perform that song in public. And since DJs are considered as performers, that means they need to ask permission to play the songs before they play them, which makes a DJ's job pretty hard. If they're going to be playing in a club, for example, they would need to plan out their entire set, get permission to play every song and pay the royalties, and only then would they be able to hold their performance. Even though the law is now 3 years old, the Nigerian Copyright Commission recently said they're planning to crack down on DJs playing songs they've not gotten prior approval to play, and any DJ caught playing a song without prior approval could face a $650 fine or 5 years in jail. Fun fact, Nigerian DJs
This little box is like if a Dreamcatcher did what you thought it did as a kid. A DIY smartphone-sized box uses AI to visualize your dreams. And while they're calling it a dream recorder, it's a little more hands-on than it might seem at first. The thing produces these fuzzy, dreamy, moving images that play back to you, but there's a lot of setup that needs to go into it, and you'll need access to a 3D printer. The build process is fairly straightforward, but there's a bill of materials long enough to put some people off. Plus, it uses both OpenAI and Luma Labs APIs, meaning you'll have to pay up for some credits. ModemWorks, the design firm behind the Dream Recorder, are pretty upfront with the price per dream, only adding up to be around 15 cents. The device itself can store up to a full 7 days worth of dreams, but it's just not sucking those things out of your brain at night. The idea is that you keep it by your bedside and immediately tell it what happened in your dream, kind of like a fancy AI dream journal. This little box is like if a
Two of the following videos are true while the other one is trash. Can you spot the fake? Round 1, let's begin. First up, create a copper coil by wrapping it tightly around a tube. Then take a battery and place magnets on both ends. When you slide this battery through the copper coil, the battery accelerates through the coil until it reaches the end. If you pour a glass of sparkling water and add raisins, even though raisins are more dense than the water, bubbles form on the raisins which pull them up to the surface. Then the bubbles are released at the surface and the raisins fall again. This cycle continues, making a raisin lava lamp, so to speak. If you attach a ball pump needle to a drill, the drill spins fast enough to compress the air through the needle. It won't help you inflate a ball, which needs a much higher pressure, but it can inflate a balloon. You've seen all 3 videos now, pause to vote in the comments which one you thought was fake. The battery with magnets does actually shoot through the copper coil. Raisins also do act like this in sparkling water, which means this video is fake. The whole thing was put in reverse, but I tried to add normal sounding audio. 2 of the following videos are true.
Hello Shalat and welcome to my room. I wanted it to be a little bit of a refresher amidst all the slot that you get. So we have my books here sorted by time period. We have my vinyl collection.
Okay.
And I never normally buy new vinyls, but you know I had to get yours.
Oh, thank
Here's my
you.
setup with my
Wow.
N64,
All right.
and all my posters and paintings and leather-bound books. Over here we have my and leather-bound books. Over here we have my bed and my cottagecore Rami, which really fits my room, so thanks.
That fits the room very
And
nicely.
We got games, unlimited games.
Unlimited
We have my rare
games?
book collection, all of which are almost over 100 years old. And next to that we have my PC. I had to switch out the motherboard and I lost the backing. And I also realized that
Okay.
my power supply doesn't really fit in, so it's kind of just
Okay,
hanging out.
so okay,
But
right.
yeah, that's about it.
Oh,
That's,
you could have
all
ended it
my
right
room.
there. You could have
Thank
ended
you
it
so much.
right there. She's perfect. Blue Starburst says before getting banned.
Hello, Shala.
When a toddler takes a nap, Dad finally gets a chance to clean up the house.
No, she still play with that.
But apparently only Mom knows what's actually trash.
She loves that. That's her Bitcoin.
But after some trial and error,
That's her favorite.
every father eventually finds something. What about this Band-Aid with hair on it? Okay, I don't care. This is definitely trash.
No. Wait. What's my Band-Aid? The one with the hair on it.
As the saying goes, one man's trash is another man. Nah, I can't believe what we do for our kids. This is crazy. When a toddler takes a nap, Dad finally gets a chance to clean up the house.
No, she still play with that.
But apparently only Mom knows what's actually trash.
She loves that. That's her Bitcoin.
But after some trial and error,
That's her favorite.
every father eventually finds something. What about this Band-Aid with hair on it? Okay, I don't care. This is definitely trash.
No. Wait. What's my Band-Aid? The one with the hair on it.
As the saying goes, one man's trash is another man. Nah, I can't believe what we do for our kids. This is crazy. When a toddler takes a nap, Dad finally gets a chance to clean up the house.
No, she still play with that.
But apparently only Mom knows what's actually trash.
She loves that. That's her Bitcoin.
But after some trial and error,
That's her favorite.
every father eventually finds something. What about this Band-Aid with hair on it? Okay, I don't care. This is definitely trash.
Band-Aid, the one with the hair on it.
As the saying goes, one man's trash is another man. Nah, I can't believe what we do for our kids. This is crazy.
A long time ago, in a world deep in the darkest ages, hellish fiends ruled over this land, chilling adventure. In only so no, the and again, and again, and again.
Something. What about this Band-Aid with hair on it? Okay, I don't care. This is definitely trash.
No. Wait. What's my Band-Aid? The one with the hair on it.
As the saying goes, one man's trash is another man. Nah, I can't believe what we do for our kids. This is crazy. When a toddler takes a nap, Dad finally gets a chance to clean up the house.
No, she still play with that.
来，大家看一下这个钢筋，水泥里边的钢筋，你看，看，这是钢筋，这是钢筋。
This is filmed by a construction worker, and they're willing to put people's lives on the line to cut costs. And this is pork being doused in a healthy amount of borax to keep it looking fresh. And here we see the woman in the stall doing it. And this man explains how using borax will keep the meat fresh, making it go from a dull white color into a bright, fresh red color. Moments later,
我撒了这个硼砂，它就能变成新鲜的红色。等一下就来见证奇迹。经过一段时间，它已经变红了。
too much borax ingestion is obviously a serious health hazard, but this is for the domestic Chinese consumption. Who cares? Chinese people screwing over Chinese people.
来，大家看。
Fun fact. Actress Tippi Hedren is the reason why over 50% of nail salons in the US are owned by people of Vietnamese descent. As the Vietnam War ended in 1975, the US brought in around 140,000 Vietnamese refugees. Many Americans worked to help the Vietnamese refugees adjust to their new life and find jobs. Actress Tippi Hedren ran a program for 20 Vietnamese women in Northern California, and every time she would work with them, they always admired her nails. So Tippi brought in her personal manicurist, Dusty Coots, to teach the women how to give manicures. At the time, manicures were a luxury service only available in salons that catered to wealthy women. After Dusty taught the 20 Vietnamese women how to give a professional manicure, Tippi found the women jobs in high-end salons across California where they made good money. And the original 20 Vietnamese women began teaching other Vietnamese women how to give manicures, and after some time working in American salons, they began opening their own nail salons, essentially revolutionizing the industry and making manicures available to all women, not just the wealthy ones. Fun fact.
Can you imagine that the loudest animal on the planet is not a lion, whose roar reaches 114 decibels and can be heard 8 kilometers away? Not an elephant, and not even the blue whale, which produces sounds up to 188 decibels underwater, but a tiny shrimp the size of a finger. And it lives right here, in the warm waters of the Caribbean Sea, as well as off the coasts of Australia and East Africa. It's called the pistol shrimp, and it has a superpower. A claw that snaps as fast as a bullet. It snaps it shut so fast that it creates a bubble, and inside that bubble is a real explosion. The temperature rises to 4,700 degrees Celsius, almost as hot as the surface of the sun. At that moment, there's a snap of 210 decibels, louder than a gunshot or even a jet engine. This shrimp doesn't just scare, it stuns or even kills its prey with a single sound. This creature is not visible on the map, but its snaps are detected even by military hydrophones on submarines. Can you
Two of the following videos are true while the other one is trash. It will turn on.
Throwback to 2019 when this dude wasn't having any luck on dating apps, so he decided to make his own. But there was a catch. He was the only guy allowed to sign up for his dating app. It was called Singularity, and it showed different versions of Aaron. There was a funny one, there was a serious one, there was an outdoorsy one, there was a quirky one, there was a wholesome one, there was a festive one, there was whatever this one is, I really don't know. But you get the point, this guy's a legend. Now, did it work? I don't know, but I really hope so, because if every single version of this dude didn't get a match on an app where he's the only one, I don't know what to tell him. Throwback to 2019 when this dude wasn't having any luck on dating apps, so he decided to make his own. But there was
It needs to have something in it. Strawberry, milk, tea. Boom. You want to give me more money? Me don't have electricity. Give me money, please. Thanks for doing your job. Oh yeah, what's your job? Being a big... next customer. Being a big, nice person. Phone? I'm not expecting calls. Why is this phone ringing like a fucking British phone box? Hey there, it's me again from just now. Oh, just want to inform you that I've completed the electrical maintenance. You shouldn't be experiencing any power outage anymore. That's all. Bye. Thank God. Whoa. Hello. What do you want? Well, hello there. This place has a really cozy vibe. So many choices. I don't even know where to start. Say, do you have any caffeinated milky drinks? You mean like a latte? Caffeinated milky drink it is. No, that's impossible to make. Just kidding, there you go. Ah, just how I like my caffeine. Smooth, creamy, and milky. Here's a little tip for making it how I like it. Okay, you just asked for a milky coffee. I gave you that, okay. She's not gonna run in again, is she? Okay, steel yourselves, brave yourselves, you're strong, independent people. Oh, thank God. Thank God. And I get to keep the chairs. Fuck yeah. It's the greatest job on the planet. Clean up, everybody everywhere. Clean up, gotta fucking hate my life. All right, time to head home. Do we even have a home? Do I just live in the bathrooms of this place? Close that in case anyone tries to make any orders. Another day, another few dollars. I don't know if this is enough to pay the rent in the building, though. You know, business is tough out there. I've had a chocolate. That's awesome. Now my customers should have more variety of drinks to choose from. Fuck yeah. That must be the last thing as well, because there's no more space for anything else. Flip storage sign to open. Oh, it's raining. Someone's gonna die this evening. The rain signals it for sure. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Who's ready? Come on in! Ding, 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 boba! Hey, you're back. Good to see you. Give me a cup of boba mocha. Make sure you do it right. So mocha should be milk, coffee, and chocolate, right? I have a coffee company. I should know this. There you go. Now it's a latte, but if you put chocolate in it. Place cup with recipe below. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mocha equals Americano and chocolate. There's no milk? What? I don't normally have a milk in it. That doesn't seem right. She said a boba mocha, right? I don't know about having the boba in a coffee. Well, I've never had it. Maybe it's delicious. I want boba now. Yeah, this looks fine. Anyway, have you heard about the woman who jumped from this building? I knew it! Was that the lady with her feet out? Oh man, now I feel bad. The stress must have gotten to her. I understand working in a corporate job is stressful. Corporate life isn't easy, but some of us have an image to maintain. You wouldn't get it working a low-stress job like this. Low stress? Did you not just see me waste milk? You know, you don't know me! I could get stressed by the simplest things! Just because it's low stress for you doesn't mean I'm not freaking the fuck out! Hey, hi, how's it going? Well, hey there. Nice to see you again. Could you give me one chocolate milk? I've had enough caffeine this morning. Bro, it's 4 a.m. The fuck are you talking about? What was that? Was there... Huh? Did I see something there? Am I going mad? Was there something in that corner? Bro won his chalky milk. Okay. I was gonna judge you and say, what are you, fucking 6? But you know what? Chocolate milk is fire. What am I to say anything about it? I have chocolate milk at any time. Hot chocolates too. Thank you. Hey, no problem. Enjoy that chocolate milk. That's gonna go down real fucking easy, bro. That's gonna be so fucking good. Anyway, I hate this job. Hey, what's up? What was the voice I gave you? Give me a double boba strawberry chocolate milk. Make it quick. I've got another lap to run. Okay, what do you want? Double boba strawberry chocolate. It doesn't even fit on the fucking thing. My job sucks. Double boba strawberry chocolate milk. Dude, this is gonna fucking fuel you up for a lap. There's so much sugar in this, you're gonna have to do 10 laps to burn this off. Fucking head would be buzzing after this. Took you long enough, I could have run another lap by now. Yeah, how about you fucking take a lap and leave? God, I hate the service industry. If only everybody had that treat the people how you want to be treated. That's what I always do. Oh my God, why are there children here? What? Hi, Beth. I really like your boba tea. My dad always gets it for me. Oh, are you... For paying customers, ass. Oh, are you... For paying customers, asshole. I came to get it for him instead. Can I have one boba milk? Tea? I want mocha, please. Okay. Is the mocha for you? I'm just kidding. Okay, I got your mocha. What was the other thing you needed? Child of indiscernible age? Boba milk tea. Okay. That guy better not be stinking up my toilets in there. He better buy something. I'm fine with you using the toilets, but you better come back out and buy something. Thanks, Smith. Waiting for my dad every day is so boring. Yeah, I hope he's better at being a father than he is at doing the electrics of the building. I don't like, maybe he'll hear me through the wall. Hey! You better buy something! Okay, showed him. Hey, you're new. You don't happen to have any matcha drinks, do you? No. That's a shame. I really love matcha. Oh, well, in that case, I'll take a boba chocolate. Ooh, you got it. Chocolate. And a boba. That's an easy order, thank you. Thank you. The stress of this job is actually getting to me quite a bit. So here you go. Thanks, but seriously, add some matcha to the menu and you'll see me here, like, all the time. Who says I want you here all the time? I should be nicer to my customers. Treat them how you want to be treated. That's what I said. Hey, Shitler! You want to get out of the toilet? Hi, you didn't hear that from me. It's just an inside joke between me and the fucking asshole! Hello there, sweetie. Such a lovely little shop you have here. So nice for one of such, quaint style. Could I have a cup of, strawberry chocolate, please? Yep. You want a cup of manners to go with it? Why I'm giving you such hostilities? You didn't do anything to me. You said my shop was sweet. You know, thank you. Thank you. It's been stressful. I've been open for 3 days and I already hated it. Thank you, sweetie. You look a little pale, like you've seen a ghost or something. Make sure you get enough sleep, dear, and I can be unkind to the restless. Well, I did see someone jump to their death, and there's also a freak in my bathroom. Probably check if anyone is still in the toilet. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm gonna die here. Sir, it's closing time. You wanna get the fuck out? Bruh? Why did I check under the toilet lid like he's gonna be hiding there? Hi. Sir, we're closing now. Are you going to order? Whoa! Are you going to order? Whoa! What the fuck? Why'd you run into the ladies' bathroom? What? I should leave early and get professional help. Anybody that works a service job. She did say I could see things. Is he a ghost? Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Clean up, everywhere. Everybody brush your hair. Okay, I don't even need to be doing any of these things, but I just like doing it, okay? Leave me alone. Day 4. I don't like this, brother. I've been feeling off lately. Maybe it's just the stress. I even went to see a psychologist about it. She said I'm fine, that it's all in my head. Yeah, that's what you want to hear from a psychologist. You're fine, it's just all in your head. You're just freaking out and you're stressed. What the fuck you want me to do about it? Prescribe something? Yeah, maybe. Although, which one prescribes stuff? Psychologist or psychiatrist? It's very confusing. But I can't stop now. Business is picking up with the new menu. I need to keep things running. The menu's fucking popping off. I opened a boba shop and the thing that I sell the most is chocolate milk. But I added sliced bananas to the menu. Shit's popping. What did I add to the menu? What are these? Turmeric, matcha powder, and lemon slices. Hello? Hello? Is this Miss Risa? This is Dr. Amanda, your psychologist from yesterday. I actually changed my mind, and I think you are not capable of working today. You mentioned seeing things that can happen when you're under a lot of stress, but like I said, it's all in your head, so just shut up. If you see something that isn't really there, try shifting your focus away and take a deep breath for a few seconds. Most of the time, that should help. But if it doesn't, maybe consider leaving work early and getting some rest. Okay. Ooh. Oh, we got a lot of shit. Most of this stuff is pretty straightforward, though. Like, I said, considering I put milk in the mocha. Lemon tea is just black tea and lemon. Green tea is black tea and matcha powder. Matcha milk tea is green tea plus milk. Seems pretty straightforward. I can't wait to mess it up. Gotta run back. Gotta run back. They can't see what's in there. Who's coming today? Howdy. Damn, look at you. You look cool. What's up? Yeah, give me 2 Americanos, 1 latte and 1 mocha. And none of that boba crap. The boba store, sir. Okay, 2 Americanos. Whabam. And, whabam. There you go. 2 Americanos. Coming right up, skis. There's 1. Okay, if you tell me to hurry up, I will shoot you. Okay, 1 latte and 1 mocha. Nice, nice, nice. I am fucking flying it. None of that boba crap. Well, none of your crap, sir. God almighty. Are these all for you? To fit in that giant head of yours. Boom. Good. Everything's here. Hitting the road with my family. Gotta keep them awake so they don't pass out on me. Later, loser. Loser? But I'm the Lord of Boba. I don't like him. $200 though. I'm gonna buy a glove and slap him with it. Hello. Boba matcha latte. Make it quick. Okay. Okay, boba matcha latte. Okay, there's the latte and a matcha. What? Okay. Dude, I'm allergic to pressure. Don't pressure me. This has been my job, my dream ever since I've been... running a company isn't easy, you know. Just the other day, one of my employees decided to... Oh, that's a ghost. Decided to run away from her responsibilities. Left a mess behind, and I have to clean it up for her. Was that her? Dude, you should have looked around. She was right there. Unlike her, I don't get the luxury of walking away. Hundreds of people rely on me to feed their families. Thankfully, found a replacement fast. Sorry, that was a weird thing to rant about. Here, consider a little extra for your trouble. $50 $50? Well, so you said you don't walk away. You're literally walking away. Thank you. Holy hell! I'm rich! Hopefully Ghost Lady doesn't show up again. Hi, I have matcha now! This is gonna be a matcha made in heaven if you know what I'm talking about. You have added matcha, that's awesome! Can I have a boba strawberry? She's like, you added matcha, that's so good, thank you! I'll just have a chocolate milk, if that's okay. Boba strawberry matcha milk tea. Holy fuck. Got it. Boba strawberry matcha milk tea. That is one hell of a concoction. This looks like it's gonna turn you into a superhero if you drink it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Oh! Oh! What? I'm gonna turn you into a superhero if you drink it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Oh! Oh! Ah! Holy shit, you moved my whole monitor! What the fuck? Was that a dream? Wait, did I fail the day? Did I get the order wrong? What happened? I don't know how I was supposed to avoid that. Yeah, this is all the same. Oh, take your focus away and take a deep breath for a few seconds. Right. Okay, she's back. Oh god, it's still there. Okay. Boba strawberry matcha milk tea. Oh, I know it's gone. Oh, nice. Did I get your order right? Boom. Thank you. Here's something extra for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I got the pants frightened off me earlier. Okay, now I know how to avoid it. The way the game told me. Hello, child. Parents not love you tonight either, huh? Please make me honey drink with strawberry again. Okay, I'm just giving you strawberry milk again. Actually, you know what? I'll give you boba. Would you like a little boba in it? Just give her coffee. Be like, would you like that, child? Coffee to keep you awake forever? There you go. Thank you again, Big Sis. Here's a little extra for your hard work. $2 being patronized by a child and being haunted by worse. $299 are about to break the big 300. It's not enough to do anything. Oh, great, you're back. Give me a strawberry mocha. You got it. You're gonna turn into a scary monster, are you? Just keeping my fridge open all the time. It's hygienic. It's actually easier on the electrical bill if you keep it open all the time. Great, now back to working I go. Whoop-de-doo, I'm so excited. Oh yeah! $314 dues. Is that blood? What the? This is gonna be way harder to clean up than the other stains. You kidding me? Oh man. Somebody come in and bleeding all over my, oh no, it comes right off. Coming in and bleeding all over my floor. Look, life's also hard for me. You're gonna come in and bleed all over my floor and make me feel bad and scare the shit out of me and haunt me? What did I do to deserve that? I'm just trying to make a living here with my dream job. Oh, and everyone's making it so hard on me. Why? Day 5, time to die. I haven't really been feeling like myself lately. Maybe it's just stress or not getting enough sleep. But I've got a business to run and people are starting to come back more often. Just gotta keep going, one cup at a time. That's my motto for life now, one cup at a time. Why is it dark in here? I mean, it's nighttime all the time, but why do I not have any lights now? Okay, $314. I better, if I'm gonna die, I better at least have $500 to my name. Hey, what's up? Could I get one boba milk tea and one boba Americano? Oh, so you want the boba now? Yeah, I know I said I didn't trust boba. Well, my son finally talked me into trying it. Guess there's a first time for everything. Okay, boba milk tea? You got it? Y'all mind if I go crazy in the meantime? If I lose my sanity and get haunted and killed? Oh shit, she's sitting right behind him. Oh shit! Okay, and a boba Americano. Okay, that actually doesn't sound that good. Just black coffee with boba in it? I like both of those things, but not together. Ah, she's still there! Okay, look away, take a deep breath. She's still fucking there! Thanks. Okay, I'm not looking. My head's down. I'm minding my own business. I'm not getting involved with the dead. I'm trying not to get myself killed here. It's just me and the boba. I'm locked the fuck in. Is she gonna be there all the time? I'm leaving. Bye. I'm staying in the corner. I'm getting blinkered. I'm tunnel visioning myself. Can't scare me if I'm in a different room. Are we good? Is she gone? I think she's gonna be there for the whole day. I think I just gotta speed run this shit. Yep. Cup of green tea, please. Okay. That was just tea with matcha in it, right? Green tea, baby! I'm gonna seal that on. I'll seal that up for you, okay? I'll fidget spin the shit out of that. Okay, I can't read your shit out loud the way I normally do. I gotta be real fast about this. $331. She came up to the counter. Are you gonna kill me? Double boba matcha milk tea. Hurry, or else. Okay. This is too much! The stress of being a service industry worker is too much! I don't need the stress of death on top of it! There you go! Thank you! Dude, I got ghost books. Can't spend those here. Okay. It turns out the unfinished business the ghost had was to order a double boba matcha milk tea. Hello, nice to meet you. I am an inspector from the Department of Health. Ah, shit! There's blood all over my floor! I need to run a quick cleanliness check on your shop. This is to make sure that your shop meets the standard needed. Don't worry, you may continue serving your customers normally. Just pretend I'm not here. Yeah, you should pretend there's no stains here, either. Is everything good? Everything's clean. If anything, it's weirdly clean. Like, I don't have much else. Can the ghost come back and break her neck? I don't serve children. That's... Oh, right, you're health inspector, not child services. Hi, Big Sis! I'm kinda bored of strawberry. Can I try lemon tea instead? Yes! As I told your parents earlier, that would be fine. There you go. Thank you, Big Sis! Yeah, she owed me money from before. If there's a dead guy in the women's toilets, it's not my fault. I couldn't find him. Anything matcha and sweet will do. I'm too tired to choose. Okay, anything matcha and sweet. Chocolate and matcha go together? Actually, it does, yeah. We sell chocolate matcha for top of the morning. I can't put these together? Maybe if I put milk in it. Our chocolate matcha is really fucking good. Okay, can't do that apparently. Why not? Can I add like strawberry to it? Strawberry green tea. That'd be good. This is not what I ordered. Okay. Okay, what can I give you then? A mocha matcha? Girl, I don't know what you want. I can't mix fucking matcha with anything. What the hell? Why can't I? God almighty. What am I making? Matcha milk tea, green tea and milk. That's not enough. Chocolate milk, latte, milk tea, lemon tea, green. She doesn't want anything. I wish the ghost came back and killed me. Strawberry matcha milk tea. That should be good. Strawberry, sweet. Matcha, matcha. There you go. Ooh, this is perfect. Here, take this as a little thank you. Oh, thank God. The amount of things I wasted in cost just trying to get that order right. All right, everything appears to be sparkling clean, apart from that dead body in your bathroom, but I'll overlook that if you give me an Americano. Thank you so much for your time and have a nice day. Customers love a clean shop. Spirits do too. Was she a ghost? I don't feel so good. I should leave the office soon. Okay, time to go home because I'm fucking dying. Clean up shop and my shift. Gonna mop up all this shit. Okay, I don't have to mop anything up. Everything's spotless. I forgot. Bye. Day 6. I survived. Survived to die another day. Every day it feels like I'm slipping further. The things I see, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. I don't even know what's real anymore, but this shop is my dream. I've worked too hard to let it all fall apart now, so I'll smile, I'll serve, and I'll keep going. Dude, we are progressively getting more and more vision occluded. I won't even be able to see the customers when they come. There's just gonna be demons in there. Hi. Oh, you're back. Did you have a fun road trip? Yo, had the best road trip of my life. And look at you, still slaving away behind the counter. Psst, what a loser. Anyway, give me a matcha latte and a strawberry mocha. Okay, you fucking big loser giving you your drinks though. Who's that? Is that her again? Oh God. I hate this job. This might be my dream, but ghosts were not included. Matcha latte and strawberry mocha. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Just don't mind the demons. Don't mind the demons. This is just keep your head down and keep making drinks. This is your dream. Don't squander it now. Nice. You do know how to follow instructions. Guess even losers can learn. I don't like that guy. I like kill him. Get him. Why are you oh fuck! Why are you attacking me? Why are there 3 of you? What did I do? I just opened up shop and now they're haunting me? I didn't have anything to do with this. Just give me any strong coffee, no milk. And make it quick. Some of us have real jobs to get back to. Fuck you! This is a real job. How much money do I have? $411. I got $411 and 4 ghosts in my place. What do you have in yours? For a second there, I thought I'd have to teach you how to brew coffee. It brews overnight, asshole. Oh, wait, there's so many ghosts in my place. Throw boba at them. You know how you make like a salt circle and you throw salt at ghosts? Maybe I throw boba at them. boba matcha milk tea. Hurry, I need to get back to my important work. Boba matcha milk tea. Why is everyone so mean to me? Hate this! Whoa! Holy God! Did you do that? Police! Good job, I guess. Fuck me. This is horrible. I want to go home now. It said I should go home if I'm not feeling well. Let me out. Let me out. Hide! Where and how? Okay. Dude, my horror gamer instincts just kicked in. I went straight for the locker. No hesitation. Buy something or get out. Hauntings are for customers only. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. What? Where the hell have you been? I've been ringing that bell for 10 minutes straight. Not everyone has the time to sit around and wait for you to finish whatever you're doing. I could have walked to another cafe, grabbed a drink, and come back by now. This is how you treat your customers? No wonder this place is always so quiet. Can't just leave the counter unattended like that. What if someone came in and robbed the place? Did I black out? What happened? I mean, thank God I got out of that conversation. Damn, I need to pee so badly. I'll just get a drink from here and use their toilet. Whoa. Have I shifted perspective? Whoa, that's me. Hi, I'm cute. Hi there, what can I get you today? What would I actually want right now? I think a boba chocolate milk. Is that all? Yes, can I borrow the toilet while I wait? I'm so sorry. Our toilet is for staff only. Please wait a moment. One boba chocolate milk coming right up. Toilet for staff only. Screw that. Sneak into the toilet while she's making my drink. Ha ha! Oh. Who would do such a thing? I think I would. I think the stress of the job has gotten to Risa. I need to leave immediately and call the police. Oh, she's gonna be blocking the door though. Oh no! Bye. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Whew. I told you, the toilet is for staff only, but nobody ever listens. Now when they look at me like I'm a failure, but they kept coming in with their eyes staring, judging. The shop is my sanctuary, my little world. So I can't let you ruin it. Not you, not her, and not the shadows. I didn't want this, but you left me no choice. It's a shame that you don't get to enjoy my boba drink. What? Wow! Become a proud owner of a boba tea shop. That's... You know what? You don't treat the service staff well, they will murder you and put you in the bathroom. That's just the lesson to be learned from this. That was super fun. I love games like this. Just quick, simple, easy, good scares, fun to interact with. I love that. Oh, and there was a nice little twist to it at the end. It wasn't just me trying to get away from ghosts and do... I mean, maybe I got possessed, or maybe I just went crazy from the stress of everyday life. But yeah, that was great. I like that a lot. This intro now makes a ton of sense, that she changes into something else. I like that. I like that I became the killer in the end. Anyway, that was the boba tea shop. Remember, be nice to people. Or else. You never know. Never mind, everything's great. Okay, see you later.
Okay. Well
So with the Awakening bot change happening to Thor prior with Hammer Throw and all that, I do feel like he didn't get the fullest Awakening bot potential, but now with this change to cancel Awakening, I do feel like Thor is now the Terminator. But first, let's talk about what was even changed on Thor. So originally the Hammer Throw ability did 75 damage and was on a 2-second cooldown, and it also gave Thor 100 bonus HP whenever he used the ability. Then it was changed off the global cooldowns to 6 seconds, and now it only does 45 damage. However, it refunds 1 Thor force to Thor whenever he hits an enemy or if it passes through an enemy whenever it comes back to him. Essentially just making it so Thor has hella uptime with his Awakening, not having to use his Lightning Realm off cooldown. So with that change came the Awakening cancel change, which essentially just made it so whenever he entered Awakening, he could just cancel it. Now, in my opinion, the Awakening change was good, but a lot of people are presenting this change as just meh, or he didn't even need the change at all. And why I'm calling the change good, and why I feel like it's actually extremely productive and highly beneficial for Thor, is because it not only gave you way more canceling, just random combos you can do with Thor, it almost feels like Mortal Kombat now. Like the amount of things you can do with this character in the form of the Awakening cancel combos, it's pretty gross. You can almost always escape a sticky predicament even if you don't kill the enemy. If you just get the entire combo off and then you end up raining away, it's still fine. It's one of those moments where you went for the combo, it didn't work out, but now you've given yourself an option to get out. In my opinion, once people start to learn these combos more and more and more, they're gonna start to realize how strong this random canceling awakening into using it again, off and on cycle, instead of just sitting inside of it for the one time. I feel like because you don't get your hammer throw up as often to be able to just enter that brawl mode, doing this awakening usage and then canceling it over and over and over again to give yourself your bonus HP back, plus that movement away, it's gonna benefit you pretty heavily. And because of that change, I feel like it gives Thor way more options to do things like be the Captain America type character, where you just jump forward, the enemies see you, but you just kind of are the unit, you are the force, you want them to look at you the entire time, and now you're just buying time. So with that, I feel like because you can hold on to Lightning Realm for so much longer, just having to use Hammer Throw to recycle your awakening over and over and over again, it leaves you so many more plays, or the diverse stalling plays that you may.
This land though is extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. Okay, so hi YouTube, good morning from Toronto on a very muggy day. As you know, last night Trump ordered the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, and this will mark the beginning of World War III. So I have both good news and bad news. The bad news is we are now approaching the end of the world. The good news is this morning I will tell you how the world will end. So I'm gonna look ahead and ask the most pivotal question of this coming war, which is, will the United States use ground troops? And as we discussed many times before in previous videos, if the United States were to use ground troops, then they would lose this war, it would mark the end of the American Empire, and it would probably ignite the Second American Civil War. And I think most people would be in agreement that using ground troops would be a disaster for the United States, and the United States should avoid using ground forces to the best of its ability. That said, I'm going to use game theory to explain to you why they will still use ground troops against Iran, even though it's a really, really bad idea. In fact, it would be a catastrophe. Okay, so let's do some game theory analysis. In game theory, we look at the different players. Here would be Iran, Israel, the United States. And we ask 3 questions. The first question is, how do they themselves perceive the game? What game are they playing? How do they see themselves? How do they see their roles in this game? That's the first big question. Second big question is, what are their interests? What are their motivations? What are they trying to accomplish? What are their goals? And the third big question then is, given their role and given their interests, what is their optimal strategy in trying to achieve their goals? Okay, so given these 3 questions, we're going to look at how Iran, Israel, and the United States will play this game in this war. Okay, so Iran's probably the easiest to do, so we'll start with Iran. Iran perceives this war as the opportunity to achieve really important national strategic goals. The first is to create national unity and to further legitimize the authority of the regime. As you know, because of sanctions and because of mismanagement, because of corruption, this regime in Iran is not very popular. But if the Americans are coming to invade and overthrow the regime and sow chaos and destruction, then the people are going to solidly unite behind the government, no matter what government it is. Also, the Iranians see this as the best opportunity in a long time to finally destroy the American presence in the Middle East by forcing the Americans into a quagmire that they cannot extricate themselves from. As we discussed many times, supply issues in Iran will be a huge problem for the American military. They can get in, but it's going to be very hard for them to get out. And the third strategic national interest is to create global legitimacy by defeating the Americans, right? The Shia regime is trying to be the leaders of the global Muslim movement. And if they were to defeat the Americans in Iran, then they would become the de facto leaders of all Muslims in the world, surpassing Saudi Arabia. So those are the three major national strategic interests of Iran. And now the question then is, how would Iran force Americans to invade? What is their optimal strategy in this regard? Because remember, the Iranians, they're not going to going to be able to beat the Americans in a conventional war. They don't have the technology, they don't have the weapons, they don't have the financing that the Americans do. So they're going to have to trap the Americans in Iran, encircle them, and cut off their supply lines and force a negotiated surrender. Okay, that's the optimal strategy of the Iranians. So why would the Americans be lured into attacking Iran on Iran's terms? Well, there's a concept in geopolitics, in political science, called the escalation ladder. And the idea of the escalation ladder is that before a full-blown war can start, there has to be a certain process of escalation. And in this theory, the Americans have something called escalation dominance, which means that the Americans can always choose to use nuclear weapons if they feel they are losing this war. They are the hegemon. They are the global hegemon, and the Iranians are the underdog. So in theory, what they teach you in political science is that the hegemon has the advantage of escalation dominance. What I want to show you today is actually this theory doesn't really work, because escalation dominance, what it does is it forces you into reactions that may be against your best interests. So let me use a metaphor. Let's just say there's a bully in a high school, and he's been bullying people for a year now, and he's the biggest guy in the school. He's really mean, and everyone's afraid of him. He has a reputation for being a thug, and that's why he's able to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. Now let's just say that you're half his size. You want to start a fight with him. Well, you would think that would be against your advantage. But one advantage that you have in this fight is you can control the terms of engagement. You can calibrate your actions in order to elicit responses that are to the detriment of the bully. Okay, so what I mean by that is, if the bully punches you, well, you have options. You can choose to go to the principal, you can choose to not do anything, or you can choose to fight back, okay? You have some options. But if you were to punch the bully would have actually no choice but to punch you back. If he relents, if he compromises, then he loses all credibility in the school. So he has absolutely no choice in the matter but to punch you back, and punch you back harder than you punched him. And what this means is there are ways for you to calibrate your attack so that the bully is trapped, okay? So, for example, you might say some bad things about him behind his back, then he responds. And anyway, the point of the matter is, even though the bully is supposed to be the stronger player, he's forced by his reputation to respond in a certain way that you can control and calibrate. Same situation here with Iran versus the United States. The United States is a global hegemon. If Iran were to close off the Strait of Hormuz, if it were to attack Saudi Arabia, if it were to attack American bases in the Middle East, then the Americans must respond in a way that demonstrates escalation dominance, okay? And so, by slowly and methodically and steadily provoking the Americans in a way that seems fair and reasonable, then Iran can slowly force the Americans into evading Iran. Okay, it's going to be a gradual process, but the Iranians can do this. Remember, it's the Americans who first launched the first strike against the Iranians, and so the Iranians can now calibrate response in order to slowly trap the Americans in the Middle East. Okay, so from the Iranians' perspective, the optimal strategy is to force Americans to use ground troops to invade Iran, and they can accomplish that by carefully calibrating responses in a way that forces the Americans to respond more harshly until finally the only option really is to use ground troops, okay? That's the Iranian case study. Now let's look at the Israelis, okay? The Israelis and the Americans seem to be allies in this war. But the reality is the Americans and the Israelis have divergent interests. America is the global hegemon. Therefore, it wants to be able to balance forces in the Middle East. Yes, it supports Israel right now, but if Israel were to become too powerful over time, then the Americans would start to back Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, okay? The Americans must maintain balance of power in the Middle East. The Israelis, on the other hand, want to be the dominant hegemon in the Middle East. There's something called the Greater Israel Project that among certain circles in Israel is an extremely influential idea, okay? And the idea is very simple. They believe that in the Bible, Yahweh, their God, gave the promised land to Abraham. That's a covenant. The promised land, though, extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. That basically the entire Middle East is supposed to be what Yahweh promised Abraham. And there's a fanatical faction within the Israeli government that seeks to accomplish the promised land. And of course, if that were the case, then the main adversaries to this project would not be the Iranians or the Saudis. It would actually be the Americans, okay? Because to accomplish the Greater Israel Project, then Israel needs to remove America from the Middle East. So how can Israel do this? Well, let's just say, just hypothetically speaking, the Americans were to invade Iran with ground troops. And they're stuck there for years and years, and they get nowhere. Now the American empire collapses. The American people revolt against the invasion of Iran. They refuse to serve. They burn their draft cards, as they did in Vietnam. There's civil chaos. There's an emerging civil war in America. And now the American military is forced to retreat from the Middle East. What would happen in that situation? Well, the moment that the American empire dies, the Empire of Israel is born. Why? Because controlling the Middle East, the American military controlling the Middle East is called CENTCOM, Central Command. They have bases, they have weapons, they have soldiers. If the American nation were to retreat from the Middle East, it does not mean the American military goes away. All it means is the American military will now become absorbed into the nation state of Israel, making Israel the de facto hegemon of the Middle East. Okay? That's the long-term play of Israel. It does Israel absolutely no good to defeat Iran. They need to both defeat Iran and America. And the best way to do that is to entangle both into a war that will destroy the militaries of both nations. Okay? That's the optimal strategy for Israel. And that requires the Israelis to persuade the Americans to use ground troops to invade Iran. Okay? That's the Israel case study. Now let's look at America. Obviously, America does not want to use ground troops because the moment that Americans start dying in the Middle East, the moment that they institute a draft, it will create chaos in America. People are going to protest, people are going to revolt. Politically speaking, it will be a quagmire. What the American empire wants to do is use bombing, propaganda, and financing, and this is something we discussed last video, to overthrow the Iranian regime, the Ayatollah, and its mullahs, and install a more friendly regime that they can control. And in that way, they can control all the resources, the oil of the Middle East, and they can control global trade as well. And they have to do this as a response to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which really put the American empire on the back foot, okay? So that's the optimal strategy of the American empire, okay? To overthrow the regime with as little casualties as possible, hopefully through bombing, decapitation strikes, killing the Ayatollah, special forces strategies, basically. Okay, But the person leading the American empire right now is Donald Trump. And if we look at what he wants, it's actually different from what the American empire wants. Let's ask ourselves a question. What game is Donald Trump playing? Does he really care about Iran? Does he really care about the Middle East? Does he really care about Israel and Zionism and the Greater Israel Project? My guess is he does not care. What he cares about is maintaining his political authority and power within the United States. He also cares about destroying the global elite that, in his mind, robbed him of power in 2022. Remember, for Trump, the 2020 elections were stolen from him. It's something that he's been adamant about for the past 4 years. In fact, he stews over it. So he wants to get back at the global elite who stole the American election from him, and also wants to make sure he stays in power. That means destroying the global elite and the American empire. Okay, so it's really a struggle between America First, represented by Donald Trump, and American empire. Now you would think that this war between the American First people and the American empire would mean that Donald Trump would not use ground troops in Iran. But what better way to destroy the American empire than to give it all that it wants? Okay? What better way to destroy the American empire by making it arrogant, and by giving it all it wants, and by putting it in a situation that it cannot possibly win, right? So the idea is this. The idea is, at first, Donald Trump will seem to want regime change in Iran. And he may even commit ground troops. But as the American people start protesting, as there's violence and civil strife within America, as American soldiers start to die in Iran, as the global economy collapses, then Donald Trump's going to want to change his mind, right? But the American empire is fully committed to winning this war. It's all in. It refuses to surrender. And now a conflict emerges between the American empire and America First. And Donald Trump can now aggravate this tension by standing with America First over the American empire. And this would lead to a civil war. And you would think this is a bad thing, but a civil war and an unwinnable war in the Middle East are going to greatly enhance the power and authority of Donald Trump. So much so that he would probably be able to capture a third term. Okay? So it's really interesting in that all three major players, Donald Trump, Israel, and Iran, want America to use ground troops in Iran for their own selfish, individualistic purposes. And that's why I think ground troops will eventually be used in Iran. And I think what will happen is that basically all three players, Iran, Israel, and Donald Trump, will get exactly what they want. Israel will be able to remove America from the Middle East and become the Empire of Israel. Iran will unite the Muslim world behind its leadership. And Donald Trump will probably get his third term. Okay, that's what I see the upshot of this war being. Now, this raises a lot of questions, though, right? I mean, if Israel becomes Greater Israel, and it becomes the Empire of Israel and dominates the Middle East, controlling oil and trade, then wouldn't the world unite against Israel? And unfortunately, that's part of the plan. That's part of the prophecy. Okay, and this is something that we will discuss in the next video. Because using game theory itself is not it's not enough to fully explain and understand what's going on in the Middle East. To fully understand what's going on, in my next video, I'm going to explain to you the religious ideals, the religious obsessions driving this war in the Middle East. I'm going to explain to you the idea of eschatology, which means the understanding of how the world ends. Basically, all the major players in the game, Iran, Israel, even to a certain extent the United States, the Christian Zionists within the United States, see this war in Iran as the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. They really see this as the end of the world. And that's why this war is so scary for all of us. And so in my next video, I will reveal to you the religious dimensions of this war. Okay. Some other points before I conclude this video. Some of you have reached out in my last video and said that I should not reveal my public information. I shouldn't put my family in front of the camera. And you're absolutely right. Upon reflection, I want to thank everyone who voiced their concerns. Honestly, this is all new to me. I was a high school teacher teaching my students, and now I'm internet famous, and everyone's looking to me for some guidance as to this US-Iran war. And I'm flattered, but I'm also overwhelmed by the attention. I'm an educator. I want to continue to educate people on how this war is going to unfold so that you will be better prepared. I see that as my mission. And so I'm going to continue making videos. I'm going to continue, as this war progresses, explain to you, using game theory, how this war might unfold. But I now understand that the internet can be a scary, crazy, insane place. So I'm going to have to be much more careful about my public profile, and I have to be a lot more careful about protecting my family. Okay, so I'm going to keep on making videos, but I apologize if you reach out and I don't really answer you. I'm being overwhelmed right now. I apologize if you reach out and you want to have coffee and I can't do it. Again, my focus right now is on studying this war, trying to figure out what's going on, and to the best of my ability, try to explain and clarify what's going on. Okay, so I will see everyone next time. Goodbye. Welcome to the very last class, the grand finale. Today we do the American Empire. July 1944. This is the Bretton Woods Hotel in New Hampshire. 40 nations get together and they discuss what the post-war peace will look like. Everyone knows that Nazi Germany will eventually be defeated, as well as Japan. So the question now is, how does the world build peace and prosperity after such a devastating war? And the Americans propose the Bretton Woods system. The idea is this. The idea is to facilitate global trade. The American currency will become the reserve currency of the world, meaning that everyone can use it to trade. Now, the term we use for this is exorbitant privilege. This is like the power of God, because you're basically taking paper and turning it into gold, right? That's the power of God. So how can we ensure the Americans won't abuse this power? And the answer is the Americans agree to create a global financial network, as well as peg the currency to gold, which means that the USD is a contract. And at any point, you can choose to exchange US dollars for gold. And so what America does is it transports all the gold from London to Fort Knox. And that becomes the basis for the new global financial system that we still have today. And it is incredibly successful. And this is the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. And it is the bank of banks. It is the central bank of central banks. And the idea here is you need to create a system for risk mitigation. So, for example, if maybe a country goes bankrupt, the other countries need to come in and rescue that country's economy. Okay? And so this bank is something you never heard of, but it's one of the most powerful institutions in the world because it facilitates the entire global financial economy. Bretton Woods also created something called the World Bank, which is based in Washington, D.C., and what it does is that it gives out loans to third world nations like China. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, coordinates global financial policy. Okay, so the Bank of International Settlements, the World Bank, the IMF, among other organizations, now becomes the global financial system. And underpinning all of this is the US dollar as the global reserve currency. Okay, so where did the system come from? Well, it comes from 1688. Remember, this is the year that Willem of Orange of the Netherlands, he goes to England and launches something called the Glorious Revolution. And he takes the throne from James II. When he goes to England, he also brings with him Dutch wealth, right? Because the Netherlands is now the most prosperous nation in the world because of global trade. They have something called the Dutch West Indies Company that has monopolized the spice trade in East Asia. Sorry, it's the Dutch East Indies Company. And so it's extremely wealth. Now, as we discussed previously, the Dutch are Calvinists. So they believe that there's a religious obligation for them to get wealthy. Wealth will guarantee their entry into heaven. But for that to happen, they need to ensure their wealth is protected, right? And at this point in history, the Netherlands is being conquered or at war with France, with Spain, with a host of enemies. So it's not, the money isn't safe in the Netherlands, so it's being transferred over to England because England has a navy that is the most powerful in the world. It's also an island, so it's pretty hard to invade. 1694, this wealth becomes the basis of the Bank of England, which is considered the second oldest central bank in the world, but it's really the first central bank in the world. The reason why is this bank, it's a private bank, but it's guaranteed by Parliament, which means that the nation-state of England promises to always pay back the investors in this bank. So why does this happen? It happens because it will resolve a huge issue throughout human history. If you're a king, you need financing to go to war. You often need to pay for mercenaries. To get this money, you need to basically borrow from your wealthiest citizens. The problem with this is, as king, you may not want to pay back that money after the war, or you could get killed in the war. Okay, so there's always tremendous risk when you lend money to the king. The Bank of England solves this problem because you're not lending money to the king, you're lending money to England. And the people will always have to pay you back. All right, so maybe they won't pay you back today, but they'll have to pay you back sooner or later, okay, because it's guaranteed by Parliament. And this system is extremely successful. In fact, this system is what allows England to defeat Napoleon in the Napoleonic Wars, okay? In 1815, Napoleon is finally defeated. So as we discussed previously, Napoleon, he is a military genius, and he conquers most of Europe, and he defeats England many, many times. But because of the Bank of England, the English have infinite financing. So the British are always financing wars against Napoleon until he is finally defeated. And this establishes the British Empire. Okay? So after the defeat of Napoleon in France, Britain becomes the global hegemon. And the Bank of England now becomes an imperial bank. And the power of this is, before, when you go and conquer a country or a nation, you're always afraid of rebellion. Right? You're always afraid of local elite getting together and overthrowing you. But the Bank of England solves this problem. Why? It solves this problem because now the local elite can take their corrupt earnings and put it in the Bank of England. All right? So now the elite have an incentive to work with the British to maintain their empire, and that's how Britain was able to build the world's first truly global empire and able to maintain such harmony and stability within the empire for such a long time. Okay? The secret was international finance, as embodied by the Bank of England. Okay? So let's summarize the history of central banking. Okay? It's complicated, but we need to understand this history if we understand today's world. First important idea is the Dutch Calvinists, they have a religious obsession with storing wealth. Okay? Remember, we discussed this, right? The Protestant religion demands that you get rich. The Parliament of England guarantees this wealth, thus giving England infinite financing for wars. This is important because if Parliament is willing to guarantee financing, not only can it use all this wealth stored in the Bank of England, but it can also generate new wealth from investors overseas as well. Okay? Third idea, this financing, infinite financing, allows Britain to defeat Napoleon. Fourth, the Bank of England stores wealth of corrupt local elites, allowing for stability and harmony within the empire. Now, this is important. What will happen next is America will emulate this model and create something called the Federal Reserve in the year 1914. So the idea of the Federal Reserve is you have all these provincial banks around America. They get together and decide that we as private banks will convince the government, the Congress, to give us a power to print money. How do you print money? You issue loans, okay? When you issue loans, you're basically printing money into the system, okay? So in 1914, they developed the Federal Reserve System. And after World War II, America is now able to export this Federal Reserve System all around the world by creating independent central banks in each nation and having these central banks work together to create more wealth for their investors. So this is something really important you have to understand. Nation states compete against each other, but independent central states, all of these nation states, work together because that way it's easier for them to generate wealth for their investors, okay? To grow capital, private central banks coordinate rather than compete. There are parasites that feed off the nation state, okay? So this is a really important idea that no one understands. The nation state is responsible for protecting this wealth, and the central banks can use the resources of the nation state to feed its capital growth. Okay? And this is the modern financial system that we have today. The central banks basically rule the world. All right? Okay, so this is Carroll Quigley, and he wrote a book called Tragedy and Hope, which I highly recommend. He was a Georgetown professor. He was Bill Clinton's favorite professor at Georgetown. And in his book, he explains how this financial system works, okay? So let's read it very carefully. And he's talking about the 1920s. After World War I, the powers of financial capitalism had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world, acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank, in the hands of men like Montague Norman of the Bank of England, Benjamin Strong of the New York Federal Reserve, Charles Riss of the Bank of France, and Helmut Schacht of the Reichsbank, sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchanges, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. Okay, so in today's world, it's the central banks acting in concert that dictate financial, economic, and political policy all around the world. All right, so how can we understand central banks? Well, the main function of central banks is to control the money supply, okay? So money is just a concept, it's an idea, it's something that we just made up. And the way the central bank controls money is by controlling its scarcity, which creates the illusion that it's valuable, okay? Also, you're forced to use money to buy things as well as pay taxes, take out loans, all right? And they control the interest rate, which is the cost of borrowing money. So another way of saying this is, one mechanism the central bank has to control the economy is by lowering or increasing interest rates. If it lowers interest rates, it's just easier, cheaper to borrow money, right? So you can go buy a house or buy a car. If they increase the interest rate, it's more expensive, so people spend less money. So through that mechanism, they're able to control the supply of money in the system. All right? All right, so how can we understand what central bankers are? Well, I'll give you three possible metaphors, okay? And I think these are all legitimate. Central bankers are the ultimate priests. They must control the flow of money to maintain the illusion that money is God. In this way, they are the new Catholic Church, okay? Remember, the Catholic Church in medieval Europe was the dominant power. It was beyond nations. It represented God on earth. Well, that's what central bankers are today. But also, you can think of central bankers as the game masters. They must control the flow of money to motivate people to play the game. As we discussed when we discussed the Americans, today we live not in a civilization, but in a game where we're all individual players trying to make as much money as possible. Now, central bankers are the ones who control the rules of this game. Last metaphor is central bankers are drug pushers. To expand their dominance, they offer easy money, and once a country is addicted or bankrupt, they hijack the financial system, which means to privatize or make independent the central bank, okay? So how do central bankers work? Well, let's do an experiment, okay? Let's use a thought experiment. Let's just say I'm a central bank, and I'm trying to get you to become addicted to my power, right? So what I do is this. I say to you, hey, here's $10,000. And you're like, okay, and what do you want for $10,000? I'm like, nothing. Just go enjoy yourself. So you take that $10,000 and you go on vacation to Hawaii, you live in a 5-star hotel, you're really happy. You come back and you say, that was great, can I get more money? And I'm like, here's $1 million, go and enjoy yourself. And you're like, what do you want for it? And I'm like, nothing, just go enjoy yourself. So you go, but this time you're smarter, you're like, no, this money is limited. I need to go and invest it if I want to generate more money, okay? Otherwise, I have to go back to the bank and get more money. So you start opening businesses, you invest in restaurants and ski resorts, who knows, okay? But you have all these investments. The problem is, you really don't know what you're doing. And you make these bad investments. And eventually, what you recognize is, you're in debt now. You had $1 million, but now you owe $10 million. So you come back to the bank and you say, listen, I need $10 million. I'm like, fine, but now you have to give me your soul. And you're like, you're just stuck, okay? That's how central banks work. I know this sounds terrible, but that's really how they work in the world, all right? So now I'll give you examples. All right, so what central banks do is they have the power of God. They're alchemists, basically, because they can take paper, which we know is worthless, and turn it into gold, which is what everyone wants. Now, something to remember, and this is really important, is that throughout history, whenever there's a major power, there's always a rising power that challenges it. So in our world today, there's no nation state that can challenge the power of the central banks. But there are these
If you manage to look past his little marble ghoulies,
that are
you'll
trying
notice there's
to
an
displace
incredible amount of
them
detail
from
all
data,
over the rest
okay?
of Michelangelo's
So,
body. But perfection. Maybe the
Bitcoin is
sculptor
something
got
they've invented.
embarrassed,
It is the American
the model had
military's
to leave
fail-safe
early that
system
day,
in
or didn't
case the
actually
American
have an
government
anus.
defaults
We
on the
just
debt
don't
and
know.
the US dollar loses its reserve currency status. So Bitcoin is being controlled by the American military along with certain technology companies, and they're trying to displace the USD. All right, so there's a conflict going on here. All right, also, artificial intelligence will be used to create the illusion of God, right? Why is there so much investment interest in artificial intelligence? Because even though it doesn't really work that well, it can trick people into believing it is God, that it is omniscient, that it is always right, that it's the ultimate authority. Last example is social media, video games, and porn are the drug of the 21st century, okay? So in other words, these technology companies, they're really in the process of creating a matrix in which we just live in a simulation, and we're all slaves to the simulation, okay? So this is something that we have to think about, how the central banks are in power, but there's always powers that are rising and which will challenge the power of the central banks. Okay, so how did we get this system? Go back to the year 1960, the world's divided into two, right? It's divided between the capitalist West and the communist East. Now, this is ultimately a war of ideology. It's really a question of which system, capitalism or communism, it's better for humanity. Well, we don't know the answer to that question, but we do know the elite prefer capitalism because capitalism gives them more power, gives them more wealth. So the elites both in China and the Soviet Union, they basically give up, okay? In 1991, the Soviet Union basically unconditionally surrenders, and this creates the complete dominance of the American system, the Pax Americana. So once America has domination, it now can spread its system throughout the world. This is Karl Popper, and he wrote a book called The Open Society. And in it, he questions grand ideologies because he believes that it's these grand ideologies like communism and fascism that have destroyed the world and which have led to World War II. He hates Plato, he hates Marx, he hates Hegel. He thinks these are the three totalitarian philosophers in human history. And so what he proposes is that the height of civilization is the Anglo-American civilization, okay? The Germans and the Russians are bad because they are racist, because they are nationalistic, because they are grand in their vision. They're always trying to transform humans to shapes and things that are anti-human. But the Americans and the British, they are practical. They are utilitarian. They believe in evolution, okay? And that's what Karl Popper believes the Anglo-American civilization is really the height of human civilization. But there's actually another way to understand the Pax Americana. And so the idea is, from World War II, we transferred the Pax Americana. And there are
गे लोगों को आपस में जो करना है करो. It's my personal choice कि मैं नहीं देखना चाहता. हाँ भाई, I'm definitely homeopathic भाई. मतलब लोग बोलते हैं होम्योपैथिक है तू. मैं कहता हूँ हाँ भाई, मैं हूँ होम्योपैथिक. मैंने बहुत होम्योपैथी करी है बचपन से. हंस के.
Okay, it's 1 a.m. The group chat has gone silent. The night has gone silent. You're running a last-minute mental checklist while also trying to sleep. Mumbai to Goa. 600 kilometers of coastal highways, coconut trees, and beautiful weather. Everything is set. You leave in 5 hours. Time to get some sleep. And then suddenly, your phone blips.
Bro, I'm sitting in the front tomorrow. Just FYI. Good night.
Sender? Good old Rajesh. You reply, okay bro, simple request, simple answer, right? Wrong. Your Goa trip just turned into a hostage situation and you haven't even realized it yet. Because Rajesh, our sweet, innocent and absolute hazard to humanity Rajesh, is about to demonstrate why some people should be permanently banned from the front seat of any moving vehicle. You see, choosing the wrong shotgun is like choosing the wrong life partner. Sure, they seem normal at first, but 200 kilometers in, you realize you've made a terrible, terrible mistake. Except unlike marriage, you can't even file for divorce until the next toll booth. This, my friends, is why we need to talk about the shotgun etiquette. So today, allow me to present some critical information about how to identify and eject those front seat terrorists before they turn your dream vacation into a nightmare on NH48.
The Fitondage Princess.
Within 30 minutes of starting, he's got his feet up on the dashboard like he's at a spa. It's comfortable, yaar, he says, wiggling his toes while you're doing 120 kilometers per hour on the expressway. Here's what the princess doesn't know. That innocent-looking dashboard panel in front of him is hiding something. And that something is called an airbag. It's basically a loaded gun waiting to turn him into a human origami. When airbags deploy at 320 kilometers per hour, those not-so-pedicured feet are getting launched into his face at Formula 1 speeds. Your kneecaps become the missile, your eye sockets become the target.
क्या इजरायली यहूदी ही यदुवंशी हैं अर्थात हमारे यादव हैं?
What's the red flag here? If he takes his shoes off before the car even starts, you know where those feet are headed. Solution? Pull over to the next petrol pump and leave him there.
Do a George Michael.
This mouth can do things you would not imagine.
Hey, I'm real scared there, Kirby. What are you gonna do, suck me to death?
Let's face it, Indians and road trip food have a weird relationship. It's a borderline fetish at this point. We can't drive 50 kilometers without unpacking the next item of food. Sometimes it's a full-on buffet, especially with families. Dal, rice, roti, sabzi, raita, salad, the works. Imagine a pothole decides to invite itself to your buffet on wheels. Now the entire car smells like a warm fridge. Eating in and of itself should be enough to throw them into the backseat. But then we also have this special breed who not only eats constantly but also throws all the trash out of the window. Zero shame. Banana peels, chips packets, half-eaten sandwiches, flying out like confetti. This is where I lose my faith in humanity. Because when that banana peel hits the windshield of a car behind you at 100 kilometers per hour, or when your chips packet causes a two-wheeler to swerve and crash, your littering just upgraded to attempted murder. People who litter in public spaces cannot be allowed to vote, or drive, or leave their city. I wish I was joking, but all those options should have been passed into law and enforced with a machine gun 60 years ago. Start turning people into Kisan Jam and see how quickly the country starts to look cleaner than an ICU floor.
Nobody touch my chest.
This genius wears the seatbelt for exactly 3.7 minutes after you start the car. Just long enough for the beeping to stop. Then click, it's off. It's uncomfortable. They whine. I feel trapped. You know what's more uncomfortable than a seatbelt? Having your ribcage introduce itself to the dashboard at 80 kilometers per hour. In a crash at highway speeds, an unbelted passenger becomes a 70-kilo missile.
They don't just hurt themselves, they become a weapon that can kill everyone else in the car. NHTSA data shows that in fatal crashes, 47% of the victims weren't wearing seatbelts. But sure, feeling trapped is the real issue here. Priorities. What's the red flag here? They start fidgeting with the seatbelt before you even hit the highway. Solution? No belt, no go. Make it a rule carved in stone. This one should probably make your blood boil.
I am a child launcher.
Parents who think the sunroof is a playground. Beta wants to feel the air, they say. Hoisting their 5-year-old kid through the opening while doing 100 on the highway. Let me explain what happens when you brake suddenly with a child halfway out of the sunroof. Actually, no, you know what? I won't. Because if you need that explained, you should not be allowed near children, cars, or any combination of those. Kids doing this is unacceptable, yet forgivable because they lack the mental capacity to think about higher order consequences. But adults doing this is stupidity on a completely different level. Some people think that the sunroof is a fun to have feature where the sole objective of that hole is to pop out and have fun. That's the rationale they built in their heads, unironically. What's the red flag here? They ask if the car has a sunroof before even asking about the AC.
You fucking Nick.
Solution? Lie. Your sunroof is broken forever.
Abortion after it is out.
Bro, the child seat is too expensive. Don't worry, I'll hold the baby. This person treats their child like a handbag. They genuinely believe their arms are stronger than physics. Newsflash, they're not. When you crash at 50 kilometers per hour, a 10-kilo baby becomes a 300-kilo ball of meat. That's like trying to hold back a tiger with your arms while sitting down. The baby either becomes a projectile or gets crushed between you and the dashboard. There's no third option where maternal love defeats momentum. Yet, only 4% of Indians use child seats. We spend more on phone screen guards than child safety. What's the red flag? They show up with a baby and no child seat. Solution? Your car, your rules, no child seat, no ride. Let them take the bus.
हमारे यहाँ ऐसा ही होता है.
Touching is my passion.
Is it okay if I touch you?
This person treats your dashboard like their personal playground. AC controls, music system, even the damn gear shift. Nothing is safe from their grabby hands. The next time someone says, let me just adjust this, slap those hands away. They change your perfectly curated playlist to their HoneySync collection. They blast the AC when you're trying to save fuel to get to the next station. They adjust your rearview mirror because I just wanted to quickly see how Aditi is sleeping back in there. Ha, so funny. I'll reset it back to your position. Shut up! First of all, you touched my rearview mirror without my permission. That's a good enough reason for me to open the window and yeet you out at 100 kilometers per hour. Second of all, someone needs to make sure there's always a 50 meters of gap between Aditi and Rajesh for the rest of this trip. What's the red flag here? They reach for the radio before the seatbelt. Solution? Yeet.
I recline, therefore I am no more.
2 hours in, and this person decides it's nap time. They recline the seat so far back, they're practically in the back seat. They're now horizontal, snoring, while you're driving through highway traffic like a Formula 1 driver with a kidney stone. In this position, the seatbelt rides up from the hips to the stomach. In a crash, instead of the strong pelvic bones taking the impact, it's the soft belly. Internal organs get scrambled like burji. Plus, in a side impact, their head has further to travel before hitting something solid. More distance, more speed, more damage. Next day headlines, quick nap turns into permanent nap for a sleepy princess. What's the red flag here? You saw them repeatedly shovel rice in their face when everyone pulled over for lunch, and now they're asking about the recline function. Solution? Sorry, recline is broken. So sad.
I will just keep it here for now.
Water bottles, food containers, phone chargers, makeup kits. Their side of the dashboard looks like a general store exploded. Everything loose, nothing secured. Fun physics fact. Again, in a 60 kilometers per hour crash, a 1 kilo water bottle hits you with 20 kilos of force. That innocent looking phone becomes a Nokia 3310 missile. That makeup kit? Congratulations. You've just created a glitter bomb that will blind everyone while you're trying not to die. What's the red flag here? They bring more bags than clothes. Solution? Everything goes in the back or in the footwell. No exceptions.
If a trip happen donors, and nobody put it on Instagram, did it really happen?
These are the most dangerous kind, I would say. They want to make reels while you're driving on the highway at maximum speed limit. Bro, just swerve a little when I say action. Can you drift in this turn? Drive closer to that truck for the shot. These idiots think life is GTA 5 with respawn enabled. They're filming with one hand, directing with another, seatbelt off because it ruins the angle, music on full blast because audio quality matters. What's the red flag here? They are constantly charging their phone in the car. Solution? Their phone goes in the glove box, lock it, swallow the key if necessary.
Bonus.
You are terrible at Google Maps. There, I said it. If you're not familiar with most of the features of Google Maps and you have to keep asking me how to do this and how to do that, I'm sorry, you're going right to the third row. Simply because I'm not a very big fan of looking confused and getting stared at by a group of villagers who walk around with sticks taller than them. Here's the thing about road trips. They're supposed to be fun. They're about the journey, the memory. Here's the thing about road trips. They're supposed to be fun. They're about the journey, the memories, the adventures. But you know what ruins memories? Death.
बड़ा शौक था मुझे मोहब्बत करने का.
You know what kills adventures? Being dead. The shotgun seat isn't just the best seat in the car. It's a responsibility. You're the co-pilot, the navigator, the DJ, the snack distributor. You're not just another passenger. You are crew. So before your next road trip, evaluate your shotgun candidates like you're hiring for a job. Because that's what it is. And if they show any of these red flags, leave them behind. Your car is not a democracy, it's a dictatorship. And you are the dictator.
And will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.
Your rules, your way, or the highway. Literally. Because at the end of the day, a road trip with the wrong shotgun isn't a road trip. It's a disaster waiting for the right speed bump. Choose wisely, drive safely, and remember, the best road trip stories end with, and then we reached. Not, and then the airbags went off. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go update my shotgun blacklist. It's getting longer. Good. Very good. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content like this. And while you're here, please take a look at our other channel for more serious and in-depth content. See you in the next video.
Hassan and Asma.
Happen. That is how many we will need.
And that's good. All right, great job, everybody. Let's get it up.
Oh, man. Since we don't know what we found. And if we could extract it all right here, it would form a chunk of coal the size of an asteroid. We are definitely on the naughty list because this is how much coal we've burned so far, meaning we could literally continue burning this without slowing down for over a century. But we dig up other stuff too, such as natural gas, petroleum, and uranium, because nuclear energy is still technically non-renewable and has to deal with geopolitics just like fossil fuels. This is the total energy from all of those underground resources compared to the energy of coal, rather than showing their physical sizes, which wouldn't be as useful. However, all of this becomes negligible in the face of solar energy. It is so much more plentiful than anything we can ever dig up. And this is just for 1 year. What about next year? Or the year after that? Or the year after that? Or the year... Okay, you get the point. Until the sun dies, its energy will always be here, free for the taking. That being said, solar panels still require a lot of land to produce meaningful amounts of power. Atmospheric absorption around... And that's enough power to actually run a pretty high-end gaming PC. Ah! However, the amount of actual power that you can use depends on things like the weather or the time of day, which could easily be the home to all of these panels. I'm sure the hippies living out there wouldn't mind.
Hippies? We're not hippies.
This relatively small patch of land could generate all of the country's electricity for the entire day. But where does that stack up against how we currently use our land? Energy to heat. That's right.
Remember when loading up a match and getting called every obscenity in the book? Was part of the fun. You couldn't even get off for the day without learning a new word by the end of it. But nowadays, toxicity is almost different. It's not even fun toxic anymore. It's so unenjoyable. And left and right, it's killing more and more games and getting more and more people to switch from multiplayer games or just turn off comms in general. And in this episode of Shy is the App Session, we're going to talk about what changed and what this shift in toxicity is. So to start, what even was special about old school toxicity? What was special about back in the day? Now hear me turning old. My hair just turned gray when I said that back in the day. I feel like I had to start shaking my cane. But I actually just watched a clip of it. I was playing on my computer and I loaded up a clip of Black Ops 2 because I saw someone talking about it. And in the clip, it literally starts with 6 grown men on the mic screaming at each other. You can't hear what one person is saying. We're not even like screaming at each other. We're just screaming. And everyone is just shouting at each other, just saying stupidity. Shut up. You're bad. Your mother. Like... It was just everything you could think of. But while they're shouting this, they're all playing. They're all try-harding. They're all sitting here enjoying the game still. Nowadays, if you go look in a match of Marvel Rivals, once anyone starts, that's the end of the game. Oh, no. I'm sitting in spawn. I'm Rocket Raccoon. Good luck. It's not even clever anymore. It's just, I'm here to make the game as unenjoyable for you as possible. There's nothing more to it. That's what it feels like, at least. But we'll go more into that later. Matches were pretty much like verbal WWE matches. Like, we were just sitting there, just going at it forever. Every match we went into, it couldn't be like normal. It was lame. It wasn't a real search and destroy match or a real TDM if someone wasn't cursing somebody out. It just didn't feel right. The COD pretty much anyone remembers is Yo Mama. No, Yo Mama. You know, speaking of that, one time I was playing and some guy was talking about me at the bottom of the leaderboard and I'm trying to pull it together. I'm trying to climb up so I can at least start talking trash to him. But I decided to unmute my mic before I even started going up on the leaderboard. I was still bottom of the leaderboard, bench warming down there. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to talk trash back. I'm like 14 years old at this point. And I unmute my mic. And this dude, as soon as I unmuted, it's like he was waiting for it. He was plotting on it. It's like, ooh, come on, say something. I dare you. As soon as I unmuted my mic, I inhaled to start talking. And he said, I just know you black. What? I heard like the Uncle Ruckus theme start. What does he mean by that? I heard them big nostrils inhale. Shut up, monkey. What? What? Oh my God. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like warming up. I'm like, yeah, Yo Mama. I'm about to fire off at him. And I just stopped instantly. I'm sitting there. I had to rethink my life. I'm like, he didn't just say that, right? How did he know? Wait a minute. Seriously, how did he know that? Do I really inhale that loud? He had me going into private calls with myself, turn on that audio